Hi. I'm sorry, I realized I wasn't talking to y'all. Have the headset on and everything, I just wasn't talking. So I was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I was being bad yesterday and not working on my story, although I did get the second page done. The second page of the chapter. It'll get done. It's just gonna take a while, apparently. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anyway, so I went around and put in every single one of the trees. You'll see that in a little while. And I did put in every single one of the doors. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we still have a long way to go. And I'm hoping this street is done soon because the cherry trees are driving me crazy. Because the idea is for it to be a street. What the? Okay, I don't know where I am, so I don't know if the pink house is actually this way or back that way. It's back that way. Yeah, it's back that way. So if you haven't been here forever, there's a pink two-story along this street somewhere. Right there. And it's got the pink tree that we're looking for. Oh, there it goes. That's what I was looking for. So where the heck were we? Were we going this way or were we going that way? I don't know. I want to say we were going this way, but yeah, we were going this way. Okay, so that's pretty cool. And then there's a lovely thing called bone meal. And because of the way the trees grow, it makes for some weird trees, but other than that, it's pretty cool. Although if you want to see some truly weird trees, we'll go to the mangrove street. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. 6. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, I did work on my story a lot yesterday. I also worked on the puzzle, and 1, 2, 3, 4, stop that, 4, 5. I did get some of the laundry done, which I was pretty happy about, because it's been getting cold at night. It's like not cold the rest of the day, just at night. That was an accident. Okay. You know, the idea is that even on Cherry Street, we are safe because we have street lights. 2, 3, 4, 5. In theory, to see by. On some of the other streets, this would be so much easier because I don't have to put, and don't have to, work around the tree. Five. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Anyway, I think it looks pretty cool. And I used to make it out of cobblestone or something like that. And then Tough came around and I was like, oh, that's the brick. Yeah. Okay. So if you're caught in the rain, maybe you can stay under the cherry tree because I'm not getting wet at all. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh no. 6. Just trimming the tree. I'm not doing anything for harm. There. 4, 5. Then there's one right here. But not one over here. Isn't that weird? 2, 3, 4, 5. These are things I was thinking yesterday because, like, all of a sudden there's randomly be one, and it's like, what? So I, like, started this project, and then I quickly gave up on it because, you know, it's not the easiest thing to do. And, I was mostly doing this while I was watching David from Fresh Baked. Apparently Disneyland was ranked the most stressful park to go to in all of America. And I understand why. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because you go to your vacation to, you know, be off your cell phone for a while. And they're like, ooh, we can have an app so you can order your food. So it's less stressful. Yeah. No, it's not. Because people have food allergies, for one. You know, you can't go up to the person and go, yeah, when you're making my meal, can you leave the cheese off of it? Because there's nobody to talk to. I mean, they're there, but there's nobody to talk to. You can't just do that. You know, or, I can't have too much wheat in my stomach for some weird reason. We still don't know what was up with that. And it doesn't always happen. It happens on certain wheat. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyway, it happens on certain wheat. No. I went and put these in yesterday. What is up with that? Well, let's put this in first. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then we'll bone meal this into place. And then we'll trim the tree a little. So, to get points, I think I just need... There. I think to get points, I just need to play puzzle. Which is really awesome. The only problem is I'm doing a puzzle with penguins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And the big problem is that there's a bunch of white pieces, and there's a bunch of pieces that are yellow or light gray, but they all look white. So I'm not entirely understanding this puzzle, but I've been working at it a little bit here and a little bit there. Mostly to get the points, but also because I want to get it done. It's nice though, you know, it's still digital, but you know, like you can, you know, set aside your other worries and work on a puzzle, you know. There. You know, it's just all about being able to use the light if you're going down the sidewalk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See if you can see the light down here. You're good. Unless you want to be able to see more of it, and then just work it until, you know. A good way that you could do that is to use, oh, I don't have it on me, to use the barrier block. 1, 2, 3, there we go, 4, 5, and 6. So I do think that we need to also go into, well, after I do the litter boxes. I didn't get to them yesterday. I really don't like doing litter boxes. It's the only thing for my cats that I don't like doing. Oh, I didn't do this one. And I'm pretty sure he was whining at me yesterday, Sam, because he likes to make sure that everything for kitty cats gets done. I think he was whining about that yesterday. And, you know, I'm like, but I gotta do this, and I gotta do that, and I gotta do this, and I gotta do that. Yeah. But I'm gonna get it done today. Dang. Remember, I am just trimming the tree. I am not hurting it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's some silly people out there who take a normal song and turn it into cat meows. It's kind of funny. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, there's something I definitely need to do. I need to go in Dreamlight Valley, and there's a hidden quest inside Beast Castle. Apparently, you water the furniture because, it's dusty dirty. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's funny. Lumiere and Cogsworth don't take care of dusting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. They don't do dusting. The feather duster did. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, at the end of the movie of Beauty and the Beast, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, they turn into their human form. Are they still named Cogsworth and Lumiere? Because I assume, I know, not good to assume, but I assume that Cogsworth has, like, pocket watch all the time, so, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I kind of want to assume that Lumiere means candlestick in French. I don't know French, so I'm probably wrong. But, I just want to assume that. Cogsworth, you can't really... That sounds more American. But you can, like, assume that it's his last name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So, like, in their human form, what are their names? And what is the feather duster's name? Because I'm pretty sure it's not Mon Ami. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, you can see the light. Oh, I gotta be careful about that because I will want to sing At Last I See the Light, but the problem is that that's pretty much all the words I know. From Tangled, if you don't remember. It's their big, like, kiss the girl kind of scene. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's not nice. His grumpiness, his beastliness, whatever. You know what? there we go. Okay, we will play Pop's Disney Adventures in the background. That won't distract me so much. Because he goes to Disneyland every day, you know, so it's the same stuff. But I watched it anyway. I love Disneyland. Well, I love the 1986 Disneyland, the 1989 Disneyland. Um, 92 was good, but okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. But it was July and it was hot. So the next time I went, we decided to go in August. Yeah. Still way too hot. There. I literally think, you know, well, I know for a fact that, you know, if my mom hadn't gotten out of line real quick and gotten water, I probably would have passed out. 2, 3, 4, 5. So thank God for the water fountain at the Alice in Wonderland bathrooms. Well, I think of them as Alice in Wonderland bathrooms because they're attached to the the building for the Alice in Wonderland ride. Excuse me? That was weird. The amazing floating cherry branches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, okay. I'm like, what's missing here that wasn't missing from the others? And I had no idea why. And then I looked at the one over there, and I'm like, oh, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I wish I would unnerf the lights. Well, the problem is that I would not be using redstone like I normally would because I'm so afraid that it's gonna mess up my world again. There. Oh, good. We're done with the street. Yay. Because I think we have more ruly trees on the next street. Not unruly, like these cherry trees. And we're going to leave that side of the street for last because I don't know if I'm going to replace them with the high school or what. See over here? It's nice. Two, 3, 4, 5. Oh, and for all of you who were watching me or watching the last video or watching me during stream, the pancakes did stay down and they did not cause problems. It was a pancake, excuse me. And it didn't, and did not cause any problems, so I am super happy about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See, isn't that nice? All I had to do is trim back a little bit of the leaves and not the whole thing, practically. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's a small problem. It was a neat concept, and then I realized that you're not getting any light on the ground, so okay, so I'm just gonna go down 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm just gonna, go down to the other end over here. And then I'm gonna go back to the street that we left off on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are the weirdest trees. All of a sudden we live in like Mississippi or some like swamp area. Like all of a sudden we live in some swamp biome, and that's really not okay. Especially since the trees decided to go on the sidewalk. But yeah, I put in all of those trees yesterday, unless I missed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. These, okay, I know they're pale trees. Pale Pale trees? Yeah, pale trees. I know they're pale trees. But they look dead. It's okay though. You know, if anybody from Mojang is watching this, don't change it. It's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There. Yeah, we're trying to balance trees out here too. On this street. If I have to take all that out because I need to put in the high school, I will, but that's not the, that's really not the idea right now. Oh, I actually need one more thing from the pink house. Because on the light poles ought to be a thing that says, yeah, we're on birch. Okay. Anyway, ought to be a thing that says what the street is on every single corner. Well, the only thing is what if we go down this street, or go down the next street, and find out that we never finished because I don't know if we did or not. Anyway, we're gonna you know what? It helps if you put the correct thing in. Okay, I'm starting to get a little hot. Actually, I think I'm a lot hot, but not that way. I've got my sweater on because, like I said, it gets cold at night. And I'm like, I think I got up at like 2 o'clock in the morning and, needing to go upstairs. I really wish I didn't have to go upstairs when I needed to go upstairs. But we just don't have a bathroom down here. Anyway, I had to go do that. Like a lot of older people do. And I'm not like super older. I'm only in my 40s, but still. I like to say I have the family bladder because, it doesn't hold much. Okay, now, anyway, but I had to do that, and then I was like, came downstairs, and I'm like, I am a little chilly. I wasn't cold, I was a little chilly. So I went and put my sleeping bag on me, and it's like, that's much better. And by doing the laundry the other day, I never got the stuff back out of the dryer, which is okay. But 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 here. Maybe order of operations will work. Anyway, I never got the stuff out of the dryer, so I finally got the stuff out of the dryer so I could put the other stuff in the washer. And so I found out that in there was Bobby's towel. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I said Bobby's towel. It's like her security blanket kind of thing. Except for that she's a K cat. Anyway, we put it on top of the desk where she likes to watch for birdies, and basically she's checking out the neighborhood, making sure everything's okay. But anyway, we put it up there just in case she gets cold, because she's not used to the very cold weather that Nevada is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And, I figure she's going to get cold. I think I'm going to probably, I think I'm probably going to have somebody, my mother-in-law, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Or, there used to be, I don't know if it's still there, but there used to be a place where, you could get your clothes altered just in case you're shorter than the maker of the clothes decided a person should be. 2, 3, 4, 5. Like maybe you're 5'8", and the person who made the pants thinks you should have been 6 foot. Or like, I got so upset. My parents spent good money to get these pants altered, and then I grew a little bit. Because they were too tall for me, and then I grew a little bit, so then they were just a little bit too short. So I was like, if we had just waited a little bit, I would have been fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It had Mickey Mouse on the legs, and anyway, I loved them. I wouldn't fit into them now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That still reminds me of Lucy on the Christmas, A Charlie Brown Christmas. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because he's like, I don't want to memorize these lines. Why should I memorize these lines? There's too many lines to memorize. And she goes, I'll give you 5 good reasons. And, she had an open hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And she goes, 1, and pulls in a finger. 2, pulls in a finger. 3, pulls in a finger. 4, pulls in a finger. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And so then she's got a fist. The scene goes faster than that, but still. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyway, the scene goes faster than that, but still, that's what it reminds me of. And Sharmy was upset that he was playing a shepherd again. You know what? I guess if I'm hot, I ought to take the sweater off. At least open it. I got a tank top on underneath, which is silly for October, but it's been warm during the day. It's been warm during the day. It's just, at overnight, it's like cold. 2, 3, 4, 5. Anyway, this is fictional Ireland. So I don't think Ireland actually looks like this. I know it's got this kind of thing, because I've seen it in pictures on Google. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But I don't think they're that close together. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although parts of it were. So, like, I guess the spot that I was looking from was like the country, and then it was like the country, and then we went into a town. This is all on the map. But anyway, we went into town, and there was like an apartment complex, I guess. 2, 3, 4, 5. See, isn't this going a lot faster than recoloring houses? We might end up doing some of that today, too. We might end up, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We might end up, ending this stream and starting another one so we can do the fireworks, so the numbers don't get all messed up. Because I know that some of you are following the fireworks, and some of you are following this, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and, some of you are following other things, like my progress on Disneyland Adventures, which I got dang lucky yesterday. 3, 4, 5, 6. I did have to do it about 4 times, but I got dang lucky. I got the Jungle Cruise all done yesterday by doing the third part of it, and I didn't think I was going to have any good luck. I really didn't. Because usually it takes me about 18,000 tries, and then I finally get it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But we got it within 4. And it only took 4 tries, and I was like, yeah! I don't know if I actually said that, but I was feeling it. It was like, yeah! One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There is something that I added to this that I want to show all of you. I just gotta get to the end of the street first. That's gonna take a while, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But this part of it is actually going a lot faster than the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 recoloring houses. Okay, so yeah, so I've been appearing offline, so I don't get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I don't get an offering of help on this file. And the big reason for that is because we do have some 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We do have some parts of this that definitely need a help. 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll show you that as well. That's driving me. That looks like Barbosa. Is that supposed to look like Barbosa? Okay, so Pop's Disney Adventures has gone to Pirates of the Caribbean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. He's in Pirates of the Caribbean, and he showed this one picture. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. What am I thinking of? Oh! Yeah, actually, he kind of looks like the pirate in Pirates of the Caribbean from Disneyland Adventures. If he had dark hair. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I mean, didn't have dark hair, because I think he has dark hair in the video game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. this is getting to, I don't want to finish, you know. This is definitely getting to, I don't want to finish. And, you know, usually if you're playing a part of, I mean, I'm using this as a building tool. But, you know, usually if you're getting to that point where you're feeling like you don't want to finish something even though you need it to be finished, it's, you know, it's becoming more of a distraction of, I don't want to, you know, you really need to do something else for a little bit. So I will give you the tour and then we'll come back and do some more of those. Actually, let's go to the next street. How far did I make that? Oh, that's the problem. We got to... Yeah, we got to a certain spot and stopped dividing it up into 25s. Yeah, right here. Okay, so far we haven't needed these yet. Notice why I said yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, so we did that a little bit more. Obviously, these all need to be colored what they're supposed to be colored. And I've got to put in front porches and driveways on both sides. Started to do that yesterday, and I think I noticed that the doors weren't there. And I don't know how I did it, but one of the streets, the street side door was there. No problems. The back doors were not there. Just for one little corridor of back doors. And it was really weird. So we went and we went and fixed it, and it looks a lot better. Okay, so notice this one says, go that way. I don't get it, but anyway. So, yeah, my son did that because he didn't know what to do and kind of got bored and stuff. And I would like to turn it into some kind of part of the build, but it sticks up above the little mountain that we have, you know, the little hill over here. So that doesn't work. Well, like I said, I put in all the trees, and I will be sad if I screwed up. But anyway, we put in these trees. And we only started putting in these trees. What? So that, oh, maybe we didn't grow them. I think I just put them in, but I didn't actually feel like growing them, or it was, you know, dinner time, something like that. I don't know. Anyway, today I've got the thing of... it's garbage day tomorrow. And so, you know, I gotta do the letterboxes. And that's what I'm gonna do. So, doesn't that look nice? I think it looks gorgeous. That hotel keeps getting better and better every time I build it. You know, it looks warm, inviting, like, come stay at the hotel. You know, it looks nice. Well, although the parking garage, not so fixed yet. Yeah, so just in case I am not actually putting in the, you know, I'm not just like starting from this end and getting the colors all put in and not continuing with the pattern from over there. Because, you know, if I messed up, you know, and I've got birch where oak should be and oak where the dark oak should be, you know, stuff like that, it's not okay. Oh. Yeah, See, I got it all messed up right here, because, that is supposed to be... I didn't put those up today. Oh, good. Okay. Because, for a while there, I was doing some of them where it was bamboo warped. Bamboo... Yeah, I think bamboo warped, and then this one, or bamboo crimson, and then warped, something like that. I don't know. Anyway, and it wasn't what I decided was the correct way to do it. I decided that, you know, with strip, I think it's with the stripped wood, it goes crimson warped bamboo instead of bamboo crimson warped. So Anyway, it's going to look like a real neighborhood. It'll look nice, and I'll like it. And I remembered the other day, I've got to build the airport. Now, the airport is down one of these streets over here. Actually, okay, that street that's over there that has the houses I may remove, it's supposed to be that you go up that street and the airport's over there somewhere. And I am pretty happy I remembered, but I better write it down just in case. Oh, and way over in that direction is Dublin, apparently, and the ferry to take you to places like France and Scotland. I know that Dublin's the place where it is because I looked it up on the Google map. But I don't know if it actually goes to Scotland and France. I know that it goes to at least one of them. But ours goes to Scotland, ours goes to France. And I'm hoping that, the people who live in real Ireland, I guess you could say non-fiction Ireland, will be okay with it. But it's like, that's a 4-hour trip that way. So it's like, technically, I guess, you would go past Penelope's Diner and past all that stuff and keep going, because that's the way it is on the map. Keep going, and then all of a sudden you're in Dublin. After 4 hours of driving. So it's like, you want to get off the island, that's what's going to happen. Or you're going to charter a plane at the little airport over there, and it's going to land you at the big airport or ferry or whatever in Dublin, and you'll be able to continue your trip. But still, that's going to take a long time. So in one of my stories, and that's either Lessons in Love or Test in Love. I want to say Test in Love. Anyway, in one of the two, there's a guy named Adam that has come to town to help his aunt because she's sick and her husband is away on business. He's away for work, and so he can't take care of her. And you know how it is trying to take care of yourself when you're sick. It's just too much. Well, Adam has this small problem where, well, it's kind of a big problem, but small problem where he gets hired someplace, and then, he's like, he gets, he's working for a while, and then they're like, we have to lay you off because, we don't need you anymore. And laying somebody off means that they could come back if they need more people again, but for now they're not going to be able to work. So he agrees to go to Ireland to help his, it's an honorary aunt, not an aunt, actually. She used to live in California near Adam's brother's house. That's where Adam lives with his brother. 'Cause both of their parents are, not alive anymore, and I don't remember what the reason was that I came up with, but he's Adam Baker, and I got a little upset because I seem to remember in a movie, that there was an Adam Baker, and I'm like, I came up with Adam Baker first. Or I decided that hopefully it's a common enough name, like Smith or Jones, that it won't matter. But I really did come up with it first, I think. Because I came up with it back in I think I came up with it. When did I come up with that? I was gonna say I think I came up with that in high school, but no, because I didn't add the second book until later. They're not published yet. They're just not at that point where they can be. Well, they might be, but we need to get it perfect. And it's kind of funny because in that one, in the first book, not the second book, but in the first book, there, come on. I don't like that. You press the button 600 times, and that tree decides, I don't want to grow. I want to stay a little boy forever. Like Peter Pan. Or in this case, a little tree. Anyway, so I'm going to go back over here real quick and show you that. That was to show Squibs where the stopping point was supposed to be. So he didn't go past that, but he didn't do it all the way across. I think that's a little weird. But anyway, he didn't do it all the way across. And we're trying something new this time. Those streets continue on. They're supposed to stop at this, originally they were supposed to stop right here. And I decided to let them continue because there is a street behind this. But anyway, if I can get all of this done the way I had it before, at the very least, or better, because I'd like the town hall on this street, but I don't know if it's going to happen or not. So right now, because I didn't have anything else, there's wood stairs that go up to the second floor of the parking garage. But notice you can drive your car into the ocean. But every single floor has a carpeted floor and lights, and more carpeted floor and lights, and then the roof. And it was kind of funny because it started raining yesterday, when I didn't have all this in place. But it started raining yesterday, and I'm like, I wonder if it's going to be, it was a little snow flurry. We were down on, like, this floor at the time, I think. And it was a little snow flurry. And so later I went up to one of these floors, and it was snow flurry. So I was like, ooh. When it's raining, it's going to definitely be snow flurry for 3, 4, and 5. And it's going to be rain like it's supposed to otherwise. Okay, so we didn't build this recently, but we did build, I forgot about that. We did build this part of this back parking lot. And made it have an exit. We haven't finished it yet. There are supposed to be 25 in a row parking spaces, and I just don't know how much. Did I put the... Oh my goodness. Yeah, I put it away because I wasn't working on the hotel, so... Okay. So we gotta go get that and trade the... We'll come back to it. We gotta trade the... There's supposed to be a hospital over here, too. But I don't know if I want the entrance to be, like, right here. No, that is not the hospital. But anyway, I don't know if I want the entrance to be here. If I want it to be, like, go to the... I don't know if I want it to be go to the, Oh. Because I think this needs to... That's probably why I stopped doing that. Because I get to a point where I'm like, okay, I wanted to go this way, but... I just get to a point where I want it to go that way, but... And then... And the question is, how deep do I want this lake? I don't know. This is the road to the lake. And normally it would not be this straight. But that's the way I'm building it. And there's something on the other side of that hill right there that is going to be interesting, and we're going to have to come up with a entrance to it. So, in my head, it's, like when I'm having a dream about it, see the military base? It's right there. Well, it's gonna be right there. The walls are all in place. It's just, where'd the military base go? But anyway, in my head, it's like that corner right there is right here. You go in right here and, like that. But what I decided to do was put in the hills like everywhere else, have the water keep going, and it does go underneath there somewhere. And right here. See, it goes underneath here. So it kind of looks like a moat around a castle. You have to work at it to get your boat onto that military base without permission. So, yeah, this is really, really a long way down. Oh, right here. And then you turn and you can go around, But as soon as I find I think I want to find like the middle of it, because try to save for space. It kind of feels like you go in the middle. I mean, the entrance part of it is in the middle, and then I mean, you still have to have a bridge, but you still have to have a bridge to get in, but maybe it's like a drawbridge kind of a thing. Or like, I think it's London Bridge, because y'all won't know any of the other bridges I can think of. But, yeah, so I think it's London Bridge actually goes up when there's a, hold on, I will replace the tree, pretend that pretend that I just pulled it out of the ground temporarily, and then yeah, there we go. See, it's back again. Isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely? Isn't it wonderful? I know, it's she, but but I can't get in trouble if it's, if I say it, because the tree isn't it, not a... Yeah, I started putting trees down there, and then I'm like, oh, wait a minute, I can't do that. Actually, I probably just ought to not do that. I don't know. Because you gotta be able to pull over to the side. And one of the times... Okay, so Sean named one of his cars after Ashley. And something happened. They were street racing, but something happened, and all of a sudden, they ended up the car ended up on fire, and they pushed it into the lake to put out the flames, because that was the only thing that they could do, or they drove it into the lake, something like. Anyway, I think they pushed it. Now, like I said, the thing is I've got to figure out where the entrance to the military base is. And then on top of that, I've got to figure out where the submarine sandwich shop and the Chinese food restaurant goes. And then as soon as I figure that out, I can go and figure out where the lake actually is. And the road to the lake actually continues on. You know, it doesn't just go to the lake and stop. It continues on. So in one of my other books, they are driving home from Russia. They're driving home from Russia in a... Well, they start out in the neighbor's car, borrowed without permission. Not stolen, just borrowed without permission. And then they trade that one out for Ashley's pink car. No, maybe it was still a borrowed one. Anyway, they end up getting Ashley's pink car eventually. And so yeah, they borrowed a a not as good car for the next part of the trip, and then I think they got the pink car in the next part of the trip. And the only one who knows that Ashley's still alive is William. So he's... Oh, I want that! I don't like the color, though. I hope they got in different colors. You know, he's at Disneyland. He's showing off the Disneyland merch. Well... I don't think that's fair that you can't get some of the Disneyland merch from the Disney store. But anyway, it was like a military gray color. And I didn't like that, but I did like that it had Daisy Duck in a Christmas outfit. Although I would like it better if it was Mickey or Minnie. Yeah. If it's not Winnie the Pooh, those two are my go-to. Mickey and Minnie. I like Mickey and Minnie and Winnie the Pooh, and I mean I like them all, but those three are the ones that I like the mostest. I know mostest isn't a word, but yeah. So yeah. Yeah, so I was like really happy yesterday because I was able to eat that pancake and not feel like I was starving at lunchtime. Wow. That looks like they had a real actual cactus. I hope it's painted. You know, like I hope it's a painted replica of a real cactus, but you know, because if it's an actual cactus, you know, like some kid is a little too close to it and trips, that's gonna hurt. I don't think they thought of that. Dang, this is why I don't do this on stream, because it takes so long to get there. So there is a spot in Disneyland where I'm like, I don't understand what it looks like because, I don't understand where it is until I realize, oh, that's where it is, because, and it's not in a spot that you would think. Like, you can totally tell that you were in Star Wars Land when you're in Star Wars Land. But it's a little place. If you're looking at the castle on the drawbridge side, it's on your left. If you just come out of the castle looking toward Main Street, it's on your right. But it looks like they tried to build this this one part of Disney World from that one episode of Full House. I think it was the the eighth season, but might have been the 7th. Anyway, they go to Disney World because Jesse and Joey are supposed to be doing a remote newscast from inside the water in Disney World. They've got I don't know how that worked, but they go down in diving, with the like air pack and all that stuff on their back, I think it was, and they end up in this little pod, and I don't understand how it works, because if you opened up the hatch, everything would get wet and not be usable. If I'm thinking this correctly, but maybe it had like a separate section where you get into the pod, and then there was, it was like bubble shaped. Anyway, and they're supposed to be doing the newscast there. Well, that doesn't quite make any sense because it was Disney World, and they live in San Francisco. So why would they be doing a remote location there? But anyway, not the point. Oh! So it looked like he was somewhere around the castle trying to get through to the next area, and it turns out he was on he's in line for the Snow White ride. So confusing. But anyway, this is pretty much the way I see it in my head. And, it's a straight road. Well, in Ireland, it would not be a straight road, but I'm not trying for curvy again. I was hard enough the first time. This is how I see it. I see it as a straight road. And, I grew up with a bunch of straight roads. So that's what it's going to be. And eventually we're going to turn off, and we're going to turn off for the little Chinese food restaurant, and we're going to turn off for the submarine sandwich shop. Oh, hey, I got 2 viewers. Hi, viewers. Hold on. Okay, attack of the hair again, I think. My ear was itching, and I think it was my hair, rubbing up against my ear, tickling it. Not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure. Oh, I was like, that's an interesting place for a popcorn stand. And then I realized it's not a popcorn stand. It is actually the, one of the strollers. It just happens to be red, like the popcorn stand. Yeah, because I was thinking that's an interesting place for a popcorn stand. And I was like, that's too short to be a popcorn stand. And then I realized it's a stroller, and it's like, oh, okay. They got a lot of strollers in Disneyland. And there's a lot of people that are like, there shouldn't be strollers. And it's like, well, you probably don't got kids, do you? But there's like, there's kids that are like 7 or 8, something like that. 1, 2, 3. Okay. There's kids that are like 7 or 8, and they're riding around in strollers. And it's like, what the heck? I was 7. I was walking around all around that place. And I probably had way too much energy. We would, when my parents got tired, we'd go on It's a Small World. I'm pretty sure they were using, some kind of reverse psychology thing. It's a ride. Yeah, let's go. At the time, not one of my favorites, just because it was, a slow ride, but I was happy because it was a ride. It had dolls on it. I liked that. I do not like the idea that they've got Disney-fied stuff on there. They've got like, I don't even know if Arundel's a real place, but they've got Elsa and Anna somewhere around the Dutch people, I think it was. And then they've got in the Hawaii scene, they've got Lilo and Stitch and stuff like that. And I don't like that. Stitch isn't even a real person. He's not a kid. It's supposed to be the children of the world. If Walt Disney could come back and not be a creepy zombie or something like that, I don't think he'd like what they did with his stuff, I really don't. Anyway. There's the end. Yay. Hey, that says exit. I think there's a lot more exits than there used to be. Or I never noticed. But I think there's a lot more exits than there used to be. Like you get in the line and I've been here forever. You've literally been there for 5 minutes, but you feel like you've been there forever. And, because the line doesn't seem to be moving, you get out of the line and, literally ruin any chance of you going on that ride. I call it being a pretty princess. Oh, that's neat. The design down there. Oh, I forgot. I need to put in some turnouts. um, turnouts? That doesn't sound right. Anyway, that little thing on the side of the road where you can pull over and, when it's safe to do so, pull a U-turn or just have that person that gets car sick, calm down for a little bit. I always think it would be really funny if, like, one of the other YouTubers I watch all the time is on this stream with Pop's Disney Adventures. Like sometimes I go and look for David from Fresh Baked, or I look for Chris from Park Pass. Used to be Provost Park Pass, but nobody could pronounce Provost. I mean, obviously they can, but I just thought of that. If when their son gets to school, gets to high school, and he gets to be graduating, he's gonna be in one of the back rows because he's a P last name instead of like an A last name. I would have been in one of the first few rows, but I literally got to be able to graduate like the day before or the day of or something like that. I think it was the day before. I literally passed algebra with the lowest D- without failing. Of course, we had 8 teachers that year. And, they all had a different method, and it was not okay. We even had my, the one that the teacher that's, you're not, according to somebody, you're not smart enough to go on to algebra, so you got to go back in time and do the addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, decimals, fractions, all that stuff. And so the teacher that was teaching me that in 9th grade was one of those 8. I don't know if it was actually 8, but anyway, we had a black lady teacher that her last name started with the H, but I can't. But since that was over 20 years ago, I can't remember her last name. But anyway, she had a nervous breakdown. So then we had a substitute teacher hoping, I guess the school was hoping that she'd be able to come back. Well, that didn't work. So then that substitute teacher was here for a little while, and then they had another substitute teacher, and then for a little bit there we had our aerobics instructor from 11th. Was it 11th? I don't know. It was either 10th grade or 11th grade. Or maybe... Yeah, because... Anyway, somewhere in there. 10th or 11th. Because because she was the substitute teacher for the teacher that was supposed to be there, because the teacher that was supposed to be there was pregnant, and literally her stomach looked like she was giving birth to a beach ball, not a child. Because usually you get, usually that baby goes all over the place, but no, she was a skinny beanpole teacher, and she literally looked like she was giving birth to a beach ball. And I was slightly jealous because 1, 2, 3. Okay, so you can probably tell I was at least slightly jealous because she's basically skinny except for this beach ball stomach because the baby. And it's like I wanted to be skinny like that. I had just I had that little pooch in front, and that was it. Otherwise I was skinny, but not anymore. I'm not saying I'm like needing to use the electric cart at Walmart just to get some groceries, although sometimes I do, but that's because of ankles and knees and my back. And before you try to say, you should try to walk when you're having those kind of pains. Yeah, you try slipping on the, tripping on the sidewalk and have your knee go BAM on the sidewalk and see how much you want to walk. Or have, back pain. Hasn't happened it has not happened so much anymore because my grandpa had a chair where he he pressed a button or something anyway, and they could get the chair to go up to help him up, so when he had to go to the bathroom or go to the dinner table to eat, which I don't think he was doing by that time, but anyway, it helped him up. So we got me one of those chairs when we were looking for a chair, because I was like, what if I need to get up when you're not home? And, so I was having problems with that for a little bit. So, anyway, so we got this chair, and, if I need to, I can get it to help, adjust it in the correct way to help me up. But like I said, I haven't needed it that often because before, we had a non-adjustable chair, and when your back starts getting tweaky, you can't adjust it. Well, this one, if my back starts getting tweaky, I can adjust it so it does feel better, and then you're not stuck with the back pain. So if you're having that problem, I totally recommend. I think we got this one from Ashley Furniture. Not a paid advertisement or anything, but they got good stuff. I can sit on most of their stuff and not hurt. And I love that. So, me and my husband were kind of thinking the other day, although it was more me than him, because he's video games. Anyway, so I was thinking that we could have, like, okay, so the back of the house, pretty much, there'd be the kitchen. And then on either side, a living room type area to, have the TVs up. Well, actually, I guess it's more of a family room thing. But anyway, have the TVs up, on the TV stands like we always do. And 1, 2, okay. Have the TV stands like we always do, but like maybe have a like have a light that we could activate if one needs to talk to the other, but literally have it to where we're on either side of the big kitchen, and then have the bedroom, well, at least the bathroom next to me, and have like the bedroom. I guess the bedroom would be next to me too. And have a bedroom next to him too, something like that. I haven't really figured it out yet. But like, if we ever got to build our own house, that is something I would love to have. And then we'd obviously need internet boosters in the house or something. No, I'm still having problems. Okay. Anyway, we'd need some kind of internet boosters probably for that house, but that's the idea. And have enough room for maybe have enough room for a couch and my chair. And on my side have like enough room for a couch and my chair, and then on his side have the same thing. And then, like when I'm streaming, maybe he won't be such a distraction, because literally he is like 5 feet away from me. If that. It's probably less than that. So I always got very confused though, because somebody was like, during COVID, it was, 6 feet, everybody's supposed to stay 6 feet away from everybody else, right? Well, that doesn't work when you're trying to, when you've grabbed all the stuff that you want to buy from the store, and then you go up to the register. That just does not work. And I noticed that if you go and take a ruler, or my husband, either one, if you go and take a ruler and go and try to put 6 feet, it's not going to work, because literally they were like a foot apart instead of 6 feet apart. They got the teal cup! Oh my goodness! I say that because David from Fresh Baked is always saying that nobody gets the teal cup. And I think Pop's Disney Adventure says that too. Because there's like there all the time. Well, that little girl just chose the teal cup. Or at least it's a teal rim. 1, 2, 3, Okay, good. We're almost done with this on this side. And then we gotta go down the other side, and then we can figure out where the hospital is. And there's the hospital, and there's the college. The college comes off of this road here. And the hospital is supposed to come off that other road. You know, I just don't really have names for the other two roads. Because basically Old Cereal Factory Road, that is not a name. Old Factory Road, that could work, but... You know, like Old Factory Road, that could work, but I don't know. And if the school is on there, then that doesn't work because that's not an old factory. I could make it Ireland Road. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Yeah, but so I got to figure out how to put, cause like in my head, literally, in my head, depending on which situation it is, you know, like when I'm having a dream about this stuff, I mean, about my stories, you know, my story, scenes, when I'm thinking of it that way, then, oh no, look, a sinkhole! Hold on. See, doesn't that look like a sinkhole? That kind of does too. Or like it's sinking at the moment. I don't know, just silly things I think of when I see certain parts of the build. Okay, fine. We'll do it this way. I was just doing it the other way, but it's like, no, you can't do it that way. Anyway. I was gonna tell Pop's Disney Adventures to ride the Alice in Wonderland ride. And then I saw how many people were in the line. You know, I don't mind. I really don't mind going around Disneyland and waiting in line like everybody else. I don't mind that. But there are some people who think that they should get there first and, you know, and they should be allowed to ride as many times as they want and, you know, be able to go straight up to the counter. And yeah, I think we're going to run into that formation over there. Trying to build the hospital. I think we're going to end up running into that formation. Anyway. Yeah, I forgot what I was talking about. Well, like, like I've got food allergies, or at least I had them before my, um, had them before my surgery. So, um, so I'm still laboring under the idea that maybe I still have those food allergies, and try not to, I try not to eat too much of those items that I know used to upset my stomach. Although, the other day, I think it was the day before yesterday, we went to Walmart in the idea that we were going to get the bucket of chicken that we've been staring at forever and not bought. And we got there at like the totally wrong time because, they were getting toward the end of their day. The chicken just looked nasty. So we're like, okay, we'll go and get some things to go with chicken. And then he got the bright idea of going to KFC. Well, if we're going to KFC anyway, what was the big deal about, getting all the side dishes at the W store? But anyway, so we got like potato salad and mashed potatoes and, foods that we don't buy a whole lot just because they're a little expensive. They only go for like 2 meals and they only go for like 2 meals, but still, they're yummy. Anyway, then we went to, like I said, we went to KFC right after that. We had to go inside because the window is messed up. And I could have sworn he said I get 2 side dishes, and I do. But they didn't give me the 2 side dishes. They only gave me 1. And yeah, he said 2 side dishes, and then he goes, "Oh no, you can only have 1." It's like, excuse me? I've always gotten 2 with this. So I usually get mashed potatoes and the coleslaw, Well, turned out it was really more food than I could eat anyway. But the biscuit was kind of, I don't want to say doughy, but it was like a little less cooked than it could have been. I think they're supposed to be that way, but my tummy really didn't want to eat it just because of because it wasn't like cooked as much as it could have been. But yeah, we had they gave me like the monster chicken. I don't know what kind of food that they were giving that chicken, but it was huge. And then they gave me a drumstick and a wing and something. Anyway, it was I got the 4 pieces because I was like super hungry, and yeah, I should have gotten the 3 pieces. Maybe that would have came with 2 sides like it was supposed to. I don't know. Or maybe it always did come with one side and we always bought the second one. I don't know. But I could have sworn that we got 2 sides before. Anyway. Anyway, it was good. It was a little greasy, but it was good. You know, I was just like in a fried chicken mood. I wanted fried chicken. So then, you know, like we got some sides at, you know, like we got mashed potatoes and potato salad and oh, I think that's where we got my corn chips too. I mean, when we got my corn chips. I don't remember. But anyway, anyway, we got a few things and then we went home. I mean, you know, we went to KFC and then we went home and ate and it was good. We were watching Murder, She Wrote at the time. I love Murder, She Wrote. I don't know why. You know, it's like the lighthearted version of what happens in some of the episodes of Blue Bloods. You know, it's like, yeah, somebody died, but, you know, it's more lighthearted. It's not like, oh my gosh, we gotta find this killer right now, you know? Or we gotta stop this criminal right now, yeah. But, yeah, I've been pretty much watching it since I got introduced to it, and, you know, I always knew it was fiction. I didn't, and, you know, I never thought that, ooh, I could do that too, you know. You know, some kids are like, ooh, I could do that too, and it's like, why would you want to? You know, seriously, who decided that you were going to go out to the freeway or whatever it was, lay down in the middle of the road, and try not to get run over? Who decided that? I heard about that. I've never done it. There's a really good reason. I don't want to get run over. I mean, because you don't know if that person's going to be going down the road you don't know if that person's going to be going down the road and then, like, an animal runs out in front of them, like, say, a deer or a bunny rabbit, and then they swerve to miss and run you over, you know? You don't know what's going to happen. I'm sorry, I like to play things safe. That's why any time that we have to take the cats out of the house, or, you know, we want to take them out of the house to go, you know, for a bye-bye ride or whatever, we always make sure that they've got on their harnesses and leashes. And, yeah, that's another thing. I don't think we have their tags, because they were in the kitty bag, and apparently, I think the kitty bag was in storage. It wasn't supposed to be. It came here, and then I think it got put in storage because we didn't need it here. I mean, we do need it here, but, you know, I thought all the kitty effects came with us, and just some things disappeared after we moved in, and I thought that was really weird, because I used to have the Bible on CD, and I would, you know, pop it in and listen to it, although I don't trust this player over here because it doesn't and I go and put Harry Potter in there, and I've listened to Harry Potter, so many times that I can fill in the blanks. I've I've listened to each and every one of those on audio tape or CD so many times I could just fill in the blanks most of the time. But it does not read it doesn't have all the words when it's on that player. So what I really need to do is go on Amazon or go on YouTube, something, and see if somebody has it on a some kind of streaming service. Because I love listening to the Harry Potter books. I just can't because the stupid thing doesn't play it right. And I don't think they have that kind of stuff in the stores anymore. It plays my music CDs and stuff just fine, though. So, it's not really stupid. It just doesn't like to play my stories. And, I'm definitely a story person, I have to listen to a story to go to bed. And sometimes it can, a lot of the time, it could be one of my books, and basically any part, like if I'm listening to a Harry Potter book, like, say, Sorcerer's Stone, I can listen to the first part and fall asleep, but if it's anywhere else in the book, I'll end up staying up for a while and not get enough sleep. But if I'm listening to one of my books, the ones that I wrote, then I can fall asleep anytime, because I keep saying that they make me feel cozy, even if it's okay, well, I can't necessarily listen to the first part of Esperanza's party, but because the first part of Esperanza's party is Ashley gets asked out on a date the hard way by the new boy, but the new boy has a bad attitude. So he literally forces her to say yes, even though she doesn't want to. 1, 2, 3. Okay, he forces her to say yes, and then it's I'll pick. The only thing is that I did not put in there how he knew where to find their house. But he makes it over to their house, picks her up, and then almost gets them hit by a car. I was going to do something, but then I was like, is a beacon like redstone? I bet you it is. Oh, I got confused for a second there. So, he's in It's a Small World, and I saw Ariel, and I'm like, huh? Yeah, see, there's Ariel, there's Marlin and Dory. Although that may be Nemo. I don't know. See, if they're going to go that way with it, then in the Australia part, they got to put, oh, what's her name? Anyway, they got to put, if there's a New York part of It's a Small World, they'd have to put Bernard and Bianca. And in the Australian part, they'd have to put that little guy from Rescuers Down Under, because I can't think of his name either, and the snake, and his little animal friends. Not just have the platypuses dancing around. Anyway, I think I'm going to put on some, some Disney movie that I don't care if I watch the whole thing because of the fact that I've seen it that many times. I'll probably put something on like that, and then, oh, I was going to say, or put it in my headphones. Well, my speaker's portable. I've got, my computer did not come with speakers. My computer did not come with speakers, and it doesn't have a spot to plug in a speaker. So you have to Bluetooth it, and so that means I can go and take my little speaker and, do the upstairs litter box before it gets too warm in here, and then I can do the downstairs litter boxes afterwards, and no problem. I usually start with hers though, because it's the easiest. I have to sit on the floor for the other two, and it's kind of hard getting back up. Just kinda. Sometimes it's a mental thing, like I just don't want to get up, but I really need to because, like my leg's falling asleep. Anyway, I'll get it done. I'll get it done. I'll get it done. I'll get it done. Okay. So. I was just hearing a noise. I don't know if it was on the game or if it was on... Yeah, I mean, it was the outside world. I don't know. Okay, so... Anyway, this isn't the most interesting thing. And, I know that other people can build the side of the mountain to where it looks really awesome. I was talking, and then all of a sudden fur was flying toward me, and yeah. It was almost like, okay, so we have, we don't have any sugar products out or anything. We do eat in our living room, but, we do eat in our living room, but, normally we don't have food out to be grabbed by ants, but because of where we live, all of a sudden there will be an ant on the ceiling and it'll just drop. It's like all of a sudden it loses its grip and drops. So it was almost like that same ant that was gonna drop had the piece of fur in their mouth, and then all of a sudden it just dropped down. I don't know. I want to know if y'all are okay with me saying weird things like that, or if you're like, she's nuts. But it sure does seem like it sometimes that the ants do weird things. And I have not seen the deer this year. I'm starting to get worried that maybe somebody shot them or something. We saw a peacock recently, but we have not seen. Well, I saw the deer the one time, and I was like, I'm not going chasing after them in my socked feet, and by the time I get my shoes on, they'll be gone. So I just sat back down again. So I had 2 viewers for a little while there, and now I just got 1. But I'm grateful for any viewers I have. I'm very happy about that. Wow, that's going on forever. And it's scheduled to be 40 more minutes. Well, actually, it's scheduled to be an hour and 40 more minutes, just in case it does go over, but I'm hoping it's not going to. Oh, we have to recolor a couple of houses, I think. And put another section on that track. And then, like after lunch and litter boxes, maybe I'll come back and do some fireworks stuff. Because I really need to work on that. I only have until July 4th, Technically July 3rd, because I'd like to get it done beforehand and then have it go at 6 o'clock PDT. Yeah. They changed it from PST, Pacific Standard Time, to Pacific Daylight Time. So. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay. The playback thing was having issues. You refresh it, it's all good. So on here, I've got 11 followers, and I think that is totally awesome. But I do need some more followers. I want to get back up to the 110 that I had. If I get each one of the 110 that I had back again, that'd be awesome. And on YouTube, do I have that open? No, why would I have that open? Okay. too far. Anyway, on YouTube, I'm checking the analytics right now. Or I will be in just a sec here. Okay, so we've got still 501 subscribers. We need 499 more for that. And then we need... Wow, I've almost got 5,000 views. Okay, so we're back to needing 300 and... Yeah. No, that's 1,399 on valid public watch hours. I don't know where the translation is getting lost there. We've got 4,860. That's what it is. 4,860 views in the last 28 days, but they're not valid public watch hours. How's that work? How does that work? I don't get it. That's going from, I don't know why they went into a whole month, but anyway, that's going from September 15th, my brother's birthday, to October 12th. And, okay, so I totally forgot to tell my brother happy birthday. And I totally forgot to tell my uncle and my cousin happy birthday. Their birthday was on October 4th. And I better dang well tell my sister, because if I don't, she's going to shoot me. Hers is the day after tomorrow on the 15th. See, mountains like this are so easy to put together. It's not a big deal. But it's annoying because you're like going all the way out there and all the way back and all the way out there and all the way back. But I am happy that I'm not building it like they built it down there. I'm guessing that would be more annoying. Oh, I was waiting for it to rain so I could show you the, yeah, I was totally waiting for it to rain so I could show you the snow in the hotel. +18 subscribers. Yeah, got 501. Yeah, on every single one of my videos, there should be, and my Twitch streams, there should be a link in the description for each one of my books. You know, so there'll be 6 links, one for each book, and it leads you to Amazon. So I'm not leading you to a scary website or anything like that. You're not going to get there and get jump scared because it's, you know, some kind of freaky Halloween thing. It's my books. They come in hardback, paperback, and ebook. And they are The Rolling Sea Beginnings Book 1, Pirate's Daughter. The Rolling Sea Beginnings Book 2, Misfortune. I can never remember that. The Rolling Sea Beginnings Book 3, Hard Times. The Rolling Sea Traitor Book 1. It's just a separate part of the series. It's not, I mean, you know, it's all connected, but it's, you know, just a different part of the series. So, The Rolling Sea Traitor Book 1, Esperanza's Party. The Rolling Sea Traitor Book 2, The Island. And then a whole separate series, totally separate, called Adopted, and the first book is Coral. And it's, that one's a cute little kids, children's book about my cats and how, about my cat Coral and how she got into the family. And if I can, I would like to do it even better. I don't think I have access to any of those pictures in that book, though. But if I could, I would love to do it even better and have go to the Nevada Humane Society and take a picture of the building and take a picture of maybe where she was where she was in the cage with her sister. And it would be really cool if I could find a gray kitten with an orange kitten. It would be even better. But anyway, it would be nice if I could come up with a better story than what I did. Okay, so we will finish that in a moment. Wanted to show you because it is kind of funny, or at least it was yesterday. Oh, that's not showing it. So yesterday I was up high enough. Yeah, see, it's raining, but it's snowing over here. Oh my goodness. As soon as I figured that out, I was like, I want to test this out. See? And there's snow. I am excited that there's snow. And then there's snow and rain. And then there's more rain than snow. And then if you're standing on the first floor, you don't get any snow. I got a dumb question. Okay, so you're sitting there, you're watching a movie. Almost soundproof. Almost. A real movie theater, I think it would be soundproof. But yeah, our Minecraft one is not. So, so I got a little notification about Borderlands 4. The chief, Randy Pitchford, is saying that if, the game developers understood why the gamers play the game and love making decisions about the loot that they get and all that, that they'd have better competitions. I don't know what that means because I don't play Borderlands, but it sounds like he's basically saying if they cared more about what gamers are actually doing and what they care about, that it might make the game better. You know, that's what it sounds like he's saying. And that's something I love about Dreamlight Valley, is that, oh, you know what? That's something I love about Dreamlight Valley, is that they listen to what we're saying, most of the time. I'm only saying most of the time because I'm like, okay, so I got to a point, a minute, 1, 2, 3, no. I got to a point where I realized that there was some, Xbox achievement things that I could do for Dreamlight Valley. And I'm like, okay. And I thought I had played long enough to have 4,500 vegetables done already. Well, so I go and plant 1,000 vegetables 4 times, and then I planted the 500 in a slightly different spot, and it didn't count. So I go and I'm recording all of this, by the way. I was recording all of this, and I'm like, okay. I tried every single vegetable in the game, and I'm like, I tried them all, and it did not count. And they're like, you have to do 4,500 of them, right? And I'm like, yeah. I actually ended up planting 4,500 everything in that game, I think. And finally, they're like, oh, this is a glitch. They finally figured out, oh, she's serious about this. Okay. So they did something that, all I wanted them to do was give me the 4,500 vegetables. I would have been fine with that. I didn't want anything else, because I knew that I hadn't gotten the other achievement. Because one of the other achievements was to have like 30 houses in, to have like 30 houses in Dreamlight Valley, and I knew that was going to come in time because we didn't have 30 characters at that time. We only had like 26. It was going to come. I wasn't worried about it. Well, I think they gave me the 4,500 vegetables and the 30 houses, even though we didn't have 30 people. And I think they gave me some Dreamlight or something like that. And I was like, thank you. I was so grateful because, the thing was that I was able to do it on my husband's account. I was able to do it on my account. I mean, not my account, my Natalie account. My second account that I use just for, the only reason why Natalie exists is because there were some things that when I first started the game, I had not been able to record them. So I went and recorded all the way up to the spot that I was at the time, and I was going to quit. But then I was like, well, what if that happens again? What if, like, I can record on Tuesday, but for some reason I couldn't record on Wednesday. Like maybe it wasn't working on Wednesday, so go back on Natalie on Thursday and do it then. But usually if I can't record, I'll just go out of the game. But, whatever did get done. Anyway, the only problem is I need to get Natalie a Twitch so she can record too, but I still want to go to my computer first, and then I can load it onto the anyway, then I can load it onto the to my YouTube without having any problems. I hope that will work, because if it doesn't, then how am I supposed to do this? Because like sometimes I just didn't have the ability to record it at the time, and usually I do a really good job, but sometimes the thing messed up just at the wrong time, and I didn't realize it did or something. Yeah, it's been kind of hard, but breakdowns are part of doing the streaming video games thing, and it happens. The thing is, though, that, like, when I'm in a building, like the hotel, I was just thinking about this, because you think about weird things when you're doing, like, the most boring tasks, but when I build a building, I so want to put, like, 2 chairs facing the window and, have it be the cat in the hat thing. And the question is, why does Sally get a name? Because it's, we sat there, okay, I don't remember the exact words, but, basically Sally and I were sitting there, and we sat there, we two, and wished that we had something to do because it's raining outside, and Mom's at the store, and then the Cat in the Hat shows up. I figure there's got to be somebody out there who has not actually read the book. And I confess, I knew about the Cat in the Hat from when I was a kid, but I never actually read it until my little brother was like 4 years old. And we're like 12 years apart. Oh my goodness, so was a little squirrel at Disneyland. Anyway, I never read it until I was older. And I liked it. I really like it. I I thought I was gonna like How the Grinch Stole Christmas, the book, but I don't, because it doesn't. You know how, like, Cat in the Hat and Green Eggs and Ham, they're rhymey, so they're fun to read. And One Fish, Two Fish, Red Fish, Blue Fish. I thought all of his books were like that, and then I tried to read How the Grinch Stole Christmas, and I'm like, I don't like this. It doesn't sound the same way it does in the the video, and it just doesn't sound right. So, yeah. I mean, I guess I could go and give it a chance in December. I'm sure the library has a copy. Although, with our library, you gotta be careful, because there are some books that have their covers. but there's hardly anything inside. Or at least that has been a problem. 1, 2, 3. Because I love reading the Nancy Drew series. I know, below my reading level probably, but I love reading them. And, you know, I do not like books with, like, big words, like, feigned instead of pretended. And Nancy Drew has that too, you know, where it's like feigned instead of pretended. You know, so I have to go and say, HG, what does this mean? But, you know, it's, you know, just right for me. But anyway, one of the books literally had, like, the cover, the first 50 pages, and, like, the last 20 pages or something like that, no in the middle. And I'm like, okay, there, you know, we looked around a little bit, there weren't there. It was like somebody had borrowed the book and decided to go and rip the pages out and not bother to tell the librarian. Because, you know, you get fined for that kind of stuff. You know, they make you pay for it. Most of the time. Like, there was a couple of times when I was like, I don't know where this book went. You know, I have no idea. And we never did find it. Or one of them we found was under my bed, like, 6 months later. I wish that would have been number 48 of the Nancy Drew files, because I never got to read it until I owned it, and then, you know, of course, they were in storage, so. But, so we need to get down to this level. Yeah, I think we need to get down to this level. Yeah, you gotta know these things when you're building mountains that don't exactly look right, but they'll do. You know, it's like my houses. Not all the houses would look the same, especially in Ireland. But not all the houses would look the same. In fact, some of the buildings I saw, those 2-story houses I built would have been a 4-story house in Ireland. And then, like, the 1-story houses would have been a 2-story. Some of those houses looked so weird. I was like, how do they do that? You know, because it looked like not enough room on the bottom half to, I mean, you know, the windows were just placed in a weird spot. It looked like they were placed in a weird spot. So anyway, it looked like they were placed in a weird spot, so the house was way too small to have 2 stories. So either it's a 1-story house with extra windows, or it's a 2-story house like I thought, and how the heck is it a 2-story because it was like only maybe 1.5 stories tall, from American standards, and I just didn't understand it. Okay, we just had a momentary glitch in what we saw. Okay. But yeah, I'm going to try to end this at 11 today because I do have to do the litter boxes. I have to eat. I have to work on my story. If I can at least get the next page done, I'd be happy. No, I'm going to try to get the whole thing done this time. It's 7 pages, and I've gotten 2 done. That doesn't seem right. It seems like I'm not giving the book my best effort. And, if I could just get the characters to the car dealership, I think I will be, more interested in doing it. Although that's what I thought about, them leaving the house in the first place. So, I don't know. So, I don't know. Making up weird stuff. Oh, there's like a whole bunch of stuff that we need to build in the next town over too. We came up with some new, I came up with some new stuff to, put in this town. We need a tattoo parlor because when Ashley is, 15, she's getting a tattoo on her ankle. But I wrote that part before I knew that she's going to be 14 in that scene. So it doesn't make any sense. But anyway. And my sister tells me that if you have certain characters doing certain things before they're 18, then you might get, could get in trouble. Well, the thing is, though, that I thought you had more liberty when it's a book, for one. And for two, they're going to get married anyway. I don't know if that changes things, but... I don't know if that changes things or not. But I didn't realize that they were going to be that young when they were doing what they're, when they were kissing. I didn't realize that they were going to be as young as they were. And, anyway, I finally, I had to finally figure out how old they were going to be in that scene. And so she ended up being 14 and he's 15, but he's going to be 16 on his birthday. And apparently they got their licenses early. I haven't written that into any of the stories yet, but I think I'm going to make it to where they got their licenses early because, like, they were borrowing the different cars in the house, or they have their own cars, but nobody knows about them, so how is that going to work out? But anyway, they get their licenses early because they're good drivers, even though they were borrowing cars without permission, like the police car when they were 11. They were able to show that they were able to drive properly, and everything, so they got them early. But I think I will make it be that they got them when they were 15. The book before Esperanza's party, but they're definitely 15. And maybe they were, I haven't put in any, like, growth spurts or anything like that. So maybe I'll, make them be like, I don't know, 5'8" or something like that. And then all of a sudden they, I made them, okay, wait a minute. I made a point of saying that they're 6 foot tall in Esperanza's party or the island. I'm not sure which. I'm pretty sure I made a point of saying that they're 6 foot tall. So like, maybe when they're, like, when they're learning to drive, they are, like, 5'11" or something like that, and then make it that 1 extra inch afterwards. Or Alan thought they were 5'11" because he's shorter, or I haven't really developed the way that people look in the book that much that this person, I said that William is 6'2", and I said that Sean and Jesse are 6 foot, and Hayden is 6 foot, and Jake is like 6'3", stuff like that. But I haven't really figured out how tall everybody else is. It hasn't been important to the story at all. So the only reason why it's important to the story for William, Sean, and Jesse to be the height that they are, and Hayden and Jake, is to kind of explain, what they look like a little bit. And I found out I am kind of bad at that. And I think what I need to do is, kind of figure that out. Oh, and I'm kind of upset because I was using a AI picture generator, and it has realistic pictures on it. It looks like real humans, and I liked that, but I lost it. I totally and utterly lost it, and I'm really upset about that because apparently there either when I turned off my computer, the internet lost its mind and it wasn't on there anymore, or see, this is another reason why I need to find a publishing company that is willing to work with me. Because, I'm supposed to come up with all the details and everything, and then Amazon gets 70% of whatever I make at the moment because I'm not a popular book. And I don't think that's okay because I'm doing all the work here. I'm editing the books. I'm writing the books. I'm editing the books. I'm having to come up with cover art and it never likes that. The thing never likes that I don't have an official table of contents, because I don't know how to use the table of contents in Word, and my husband has a different version than I do, so it doesn't work to ask him. And then, I went and got the book for Word, or for Office. Yeah, I think it was for Office. The For Dummies book. But the problem is that it doesn't address the question I was having, which is how to reliably make the book have page numbers where I want them to be. So anyway, I'm formatting all of that, and, literally, I'm doing all the work here. And what do they want? They want them to have 70 because they're losing money on me, I guess. And I don't like that. It's not okay. I need my money. But, I figure if I publish enough books, then people will start seeing that they exist, and then they'll start buying them. Or, on here, I go and tell you guys about it, and yeah, I tell you guys about my books all the time, and I need to check it again. But, I know it's so much easier giving me the subscribe button. In every single one of my videos, I've been putting end credits, and on the bottom right hand side of the screen will be the subscribe button. I always put 4 elements in there because that's what you're allowed. So I put, the playlist for the video that's there. So, like, say Minecraft. And then a random, well, either Backgammon, Roblox, Zoo Tycoon, or a random one. Depends on, literally depends on. Oh, well, I guess we have to go over again today because we're not quite done yet. We just need to get it down to the bottom, and we need to get it down to the ground floor, and we're not there yet. Well, anyway, yeah, I forgot what I was talking about. Never mind. Okay, so, since this is kind of almost done, if you're watching me on Twitch, please follow and chat. And, I need the follows. Like I said, I would like to get back up to the 110 that I had, and then go on from there. If you're watching me on YouTube, please like, share with friends, family, maybe random people that you know that aren't friends and family. Maybe share with strangers. You don't have to talk to strangers, seriously. Leave a comment, even if you're just talking about what you have for breakfast, or maybe you see something that I built that, could be built even better. Be nice about it, but, I'm willing to read your suggestions. And subscribe! Because, like I said, we need 499 people. I know there's some people out there that are like, that is such an annoying subscribe. But people weren't subscribing. before then, when I was just saying subscribe. So I started saying that, and I got up to 501. So I'm gonna probably keep saying it that way. Okay, now we need 3 here. Oh, and notification bell. So like you see an element of, you see a game that I play that you want to see again, please put the notification bell on it. I know some of my videos, they're super long, like this one, but I think we have a good time on it. Nobody tried to chat with me today, but that's okay. But like I said, if you're, telling me what you had for breakfast, telling me what you plan to have for lunch or dinner, or asking me, what it's like to be at Disneyland. I've been there 4 times. I ought to be able to answer the question. But I probably would, for nowadays, I would probably direct you to Pop's Disney Adventures, because he goes there every day, and he does go to a lot of different rides. Or if you're into all the trivia of Disneyland, watch Park Pass. They used to be Provost Park Pass. And he's got a lot of trivia about the park. Like the Candleman, he's not always in Disneyland. Well, I think he is now, but he wasn't always in Disneyland. He'd just be there every once in a while, and he was a Haunted Mansion character, I guess you could say, way back when, and they finally brought him back. And what else has he told us? Oh, there's a reference to Billy the Kid in Frontierland? Or was it on Main Street? Anyway, one of those two. There's a reference to Billy the Kid on one of the walls. There's like a notice. I don't know, something about Billy the Kid. Like maybe a wanted poster? But it looks way too small to be a poster. But anyway, like wanted, dead or alive, Billy the Kid, something like that. And I was like, wow, I didn't know that. I thought it was fascinating that my dad got lost in Disneyland, though. He's been there more times than I have. They went in June, I think it was. Like right after, yeah, they went in June because the my son had just graduated, and that's what he wanted to do for his graduation. Is he wanted to go to Disneyland. He wanted to see Star Wars Land. Yeah, I'm gonna keep calling it Star Wars Land. Because, it's Adventureland and Tomorrowland and, Fantasyland. I mean, I understand there's Toontown, but, Tomorrowland, if I didn't say that. I realize that there's like Toontown and Critter Country, but I'm gonna call it Star Wars Land, even though it's like Batuu or Galaxy's Edge or something like that. You know, it just sounds appropriate. Star Wars Land. But I think they were trying to go for the thing like Universal Studios did with Epic Universe, where it's like you're all in, you know, you're in this land, and I'm suddenly wondering if the monorail or the I can see the monorail stopping there. If the monorail or the train is ever going to stop there. The train would definitely, you know, ruin the immersion. You know, it would ruin the thing, but the monorail could go there. They'd have to go and change a few things to do that, I think, but it would still work. You know, because the monorail kind of looks like a otherworldly vehicle. Okay, so I think we can put in the the black for the parking lot, but I don't know at the moment. Okay, just out of curiosity. Wow. 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 It's kind of cool. See, this is one of my 2 stories. This is the kitchen. This is the living room. This is the potty, you know, the bathroom. The garage. And then you go upstairs. And bedroom, 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 bedroom. Oh no, I guess this one was going to be a bathroom. Bedroom, bedroom, bedroom with a bathroom. Anyway, it all has to go because there's going to be a hospital here. Yeah. We can start putting in the parking lot and wow. He just went crazy. And then he was laughing about it, and it's like, no, you don't do that. You know, that would be like me going on his world, and I think I will use that next time. That would be like me going in his world and making every single building pink. And I would. I seriously would. but only if you mess with my world again. But he hasn't been allowed on my world because I've been appearing offline. You know, it's like I just want to get some of this stuff put together, and I think I'm partly having a problem with I think I'm having a problem with putting in the stuff the way I want it to be. You know, I think I'm having a problem putting together the fireworks display because of the fact that I want to be able to, I don't think it's going to be this far down, actually. But we're going to go to the end anyway. But, I think I'm having a problem because I'm like, I like this build better. And as soon as we figure out, as soon as we figure out how to do this build, then I will be able to, once we figure out this build enough, I'll be able to go and turn this into the 2027 fireworks display. But also, it's just not very interesting putting together, putting together all of the fireworks things, but I need to do it. So I'm going to do it. I just haven't done it yet. It's one of those things like my book. I need to work on that too. I think by there, I don't know yet, but I think by the time we get to that spot, we might be at the end of the college. So there's got to be, the college has to be over here. Because in one of my books, they're trying to get away from the cops. I never did pick that up. Okay, I guess we gotta go over to the pink house and pick that up, and then we can start showing you what I want here. But yeah, please check out my books and maybe buy some. I would love it if everyone would start buying my books. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, but then here. I know this is way too organized for a real mountain road, but don't worry, there's only 20 trees in each little spot. There is a reason why I'm doing it this way, though. Because this way it looks like a dense forest. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. And then okay, and then here, 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 here. Okay. Anyway, it looks like a dense forest, and there's not just 12 opportunities for trees. I know, I used to put them dead in the middle, and then I realized You can see through to the other side, and I'm like, I don't like that. Okay. So we need to go and get the, 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to go and get the 1, 2, 3, 4. White concrete. 1, 2, 3, 4. We need to go get the white concrete so we can actually do what we need to do. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure. We need the white concrete so we can show you the thing that we need to show you, and then we can be done. There. Okay. Anyway, except for the thing that Scribs thought was funny, it looks really great, I think, and you know, except for the fact that the car dealership still isn't finished. Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to do that because when I built Disneyland, oh yeah, we need a lot more of these. But when I build Disneyland, there's going to be a small problem because I can never get the Skyway right. Skyway was that bucket ride in Disneyland. I don't think I need that anymore at the moment. Oh, don't tell me about... Okay, yeah, good. I didn't put it up, I just put it away. Okay. That's what I was hoping for. Now, we do know it's that direction, so we can go kind of cross-country. Oh, I was going to go that way, and I haven't fixed it yet. They're not supposed to have the double layer of roof. They're just supposed to have a single layer. I'm sure you've seen that on other videos. Okay, now we cannot go cross country. Okay, so a parking lot has and so we're going to do 5 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. See? And then it's going to be 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. And then 1, 2. And then 1. Stop that. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Now from over here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes, perfect. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I guess we have to do 8. Or here. Okay, there we go. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay. And then see, it's a little off center, but it'll look better than having 8. And the road not making any sense. Anyway, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know how big I'm making this. I really don't think, even with all those people, that they'd all need the hospital at once, so. I know there's 63 houses on each street. This probably ought to have one more set of. Anyway, there's like 63 houses on each street. And then on top of that, there's, 3 to 5 people in each house, I'm sure. The 2 stories can actually have more than that, so if you're, if you're into having a big family, you can. I was like, I wanted, as many kids as God would give me. Well, we got Ashley and we got Luke. Squibs. She doesn't have a gamer tag, so I can't switch her to anything. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, she might have a gamer tag because she was playing Minecraft with Squibs at one point, and she's never really been a gamer. When she was younger, she was. Like when Luke was a baby and 1, definitely wanted to be a gamer because Daddy was a gamer, So we'd give her one controller and we'd give Luke another Squibs another controller, and we'd, I think hers was plugged in, but his was not. But it still made him feel happy because he was playing the game, One more. I always make a 4. Okay. So... One, two, three, 4. Okay. Over there it looks huge. Anyway, somewhere over here is going to be the hospital. We will crash this into the land over here and leave it at that. I'm sorry, I didn't realize I wanted to do this. But it's still within the 8 to noon time frame, so usually it's 8 to 11 if I can help it, but lately it's been 8 to noon. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so now we can start building the hospital part. We're not going to do that. We're just going to put we're going to put this over this way, this over here, and this here. And I think I'm going to build a bigger version of that mansion for the hospital. All I know is that I need a second floor, second floor? Yeah, second or third floor that looks out that way. So he doesn't have a great view, but he has a view. The reason this is because we're going to put some parkings over here. And when we figure out where we want to put the road going that way, which I think ought to be right here, or a straight shot from over here. Yeah, probably a straight shot from over here. I just realized something. And it's a horrible mistake, too. I think I did it. Yeah, I did it. Okay, so the gas station's gonna have to go right here on this corner. It's not supposed to be there. I think it's supposed to be right here where this 2-story is. Oh well. Okay, so either way, they're at that gas station that doesn't exist yet. They're at that gas station, and Sean's car is out of gas. It's just totally empty. And Ashley is about to give birth to Rose. Okay. Yeah, okay. Anyway, Ashley's about to give birth to Rose. And he ends up having to deliver Rose in the back of the truck. So, okay, their kid is perfectly fine. Well, then another couple, they drove too far. No. They drove too far and missed the hospital. You know, it's their, I want to say it's their first kid. But anyway, they missed the hospital. And Sean's like, well, it's back that way, but I think you're going to need to, that we're going to need to deliver the baby sooner than that. I just delivered my daughter, can, can I help you out? And they agree. So their baby got born too. And I want to say one of them, probably Rose, but anyway, I want to say one of them had some kind of problem when they were being born, but Sean. Oh yeah. There was a big problem. Anyway, so they had to get the doctor there fast. And so they have a stolen ambulance at the mansion. It was an experiment when the boys were babies or something like that. I think I put as the reason why they have a stolen ambulance. Like he just wanted to see if he could, kind of thing. Oh, no. That is not going to work. Wait, that's still not going to work. Okay, hold on. I'm going to get this right. Okay, because there's get it right or don't get it at all. And okay, so right here we're gonna need this. Okay, there's this, and this should have maybe this. Oh, no. I did that wrong either way, because it's got to have this on top of that. Well, we'll figure it out. We will end the stream eventually. I'm sorry, this is the way my mind works. I do feel like this is going on seemingly indefinitely, and now normally we would I don't know. Ooh, I have an idea. We'll do this for now. I have an idea though, and I think the idea would work really well. But anyway, this is a bridge, so kind of makes sense this way. Just kind of, but it makes sense. Okay, and then we go and get the I would feel bad if somebody got upset because, like, I'm able to go so fast putting in stuff. Because I've noticed on computer, you have to do it slow and go. And I don't think I could do that. I mean, unless you're playing with a controller. You can play with a controller on computers nowadays. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Anyway, so they got both babies all taken care of and everything. And they're, happy, healthy. And, so the other couple, they go to, the other couple goes to the hospital and they get their baby, their baby gets all taken care of. Oh, I think I'm mixing up two stories there, actually. Because, the one that I'm describing where the other couple came in, that was Brandon, actually. Yeah, I'm mixing up two stories. But, Sean does have the problem with Rose, and his car ran out of gas. Yeah, well, I think that happens with both of them. That another couple came along, because I remember, the other dad said that he had been filling up his tank as soon as it got off of full. The F. Yeah, when your gas meter says, gas meter. Anyway, that thing that, has the F and it goes down to E, he said that as soon as it got off of F, he, filled it up again just to make sure. And I remember Sean saying, I wish I thought of that. So, yeah, I think they both had that experience, but the one that I was just describing, was definitely Brandon. But anyway, whoever got born at whatever time, that's, and it's stuff like that I think of in my stories that, I think really kind of make it pop. It makes them feel human and stuff, instead of just characters in a story. Okay. Now I need the black again. Anyway, so they're at the gas station, and I remember Sean had to deliver the other baby. And in the other situation, Brandon had to deliver. No, yeah, Sean's was on camera. Brandon's wasn't. And the way he told the story, or the way they told the story, the adults didn't exactly believe them. So they called up the hospital, and the lady said, I'm just going to call it town hospital. And, because that's all I ever call it in the story is in town. They were supposed to have names, but I just never, I mean, I came up with names, but I don't know if I want to use them. Because Blarney was one of them, and I think that's town, and then the next town over was something, and I'm like, okay, I know, Blarney Stone, Blarney's like a way of saying that it sounds crazy or whatever, and I think, and, or like or like if somebody says you have a bit of the Blarney about you, you got like a way with people kind of thing. I think it's got bunch of different meanings, or just Hollywood's crazy. Because it depends on the Irish person as to what it means, you know. In the TV shows and movies. So anyway, I read a lot, I read a lot of books, and some of them, okay, so if you get writer's block, where you want to write something, or you already wrote something and you want to add to it, and you just can't think of what to write at the moment, set it aside for a few days. I'm sure you'll come up with something a little bit later and be able to put it together. And that's why my books need editing, is because, like in this scene over here, Ashley was 14, and November has not happened yet, so she's not 15 yet. So so because of that, she wouldn't have been she wouldn't have been labeled as 15. She would have been labeled as 14. And I did not know how old she was at the time that I wrote it. Literally, I did not know how old she was when I wrote it. So in this scene, she was 14. In this scene, she's 15. And then this scene over here, she's 16. So, yeah. I kind of write, they say that they don't just, start the beginning of the movie and film that and then film the next scene and the next scene and the next scene until you get to the end of the movie. You might do scene 311 first and then go back and do scene 5. I don't know how many scenes are in a movie. I just came up with a number. But, yeah. That's pretty much how I write my books. Sometimes I started out with the thing in the middle and then had to come up with the beginning and an end. Wait, no. That's correct. That needs to stay there. Okay. That's something I never did until I got older. But all of a sudden, I started, in my sleep only. But, I drool a little bit, apparently. And so now, when I watch Home Improvement, we've got a couple of seasons. Now when I watch Home Improvement, I get upset at Tim for making fun of his wife. It's actually a wonder he didn't have to go sleep on the couch 95% of the time. Oh! Okay, so just all of a sudden I remembered a scene from a movie or a TV show. I didn't know which one it was, but I was imagining it being Tim from Home Improvement, and the line is, I guess I'll go sleep on the fat couch, or what's the effect anyway, and because I don't think I quoted it quite right, but anyway, close enough, it's the couple is having an argument because he's out of work And so she had to go to work. She's usually the stay-at-home mom. And anyway, she had to go to work. Well, obviously that wouldn't be Tim Allen, because Tim Allen is always employed in his TV shows and movies, some way. So anyway, it wouldn't be him. Well, then I realized it's Michael Keaton in Mr. Mom. Oh my goodness, I remember the weirdest things at the weirdest times. Okay, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I'm probably getting really annoying with that. That's something I'm trying to be super sensitive about, because there's some videos that I watch and I'm like, what the heck? Because for some reason, their videos repeat certain parts. And I'm like, are they doing this on purpose? Or is it just like some kind of weird algorithm or what? And they told the person, whoever accused them of actually doing that on purpose, they're like, we're not doing it. And I'm thinking, yeah, they are. Even though they said they're not, I think they are. Because it's the whole, like the whole family puts videos on this under this one name, but then it's like different titles, so that this one's going to be the mom, and this one's going to be Coach, and this one's going to be Fifi and Kareem and Taj and Chase and Millie. I love watching their videos, so I don't mind giving them a shout out. But anyway, I like it better when the kitty cats are there more. Although I got sad for them because they lost one of their kitties this year. I thought it was really weird because, Coral went on her extended vacation and then their kitty did the same thing. But, Coral actually waited until she was a ripe old age. She was 13. So, that's pretty old for a kitty cat. It's better when they're, 18 or whatever, but 13 was the longest that we've had a cat live, so, we had 2 cats with medical problems. They're supposed to be foster cats, right? Foster cats. Yeah. Nobody wants to adopt a senior cat for some reason. Or hardly anybody if you are one of the few that do. But yeah, nobody wanted to adopt these cats. So we were, I don't want to say stuck. I do not want to say stuck. But we, had these kitty cats and we had them until they passed away. One was 11 and the other one was 12. And then Coral was 13. So now Ben is 12. Sam is 10. And Bobby is... Yeah, I have no idea. Hold on. I want to say she's 7. There it goes. Okay. 2025 minus... Or she's going to be 7. I think. 2018? Yeah, she's going to be 7. She's a sassy little brat. It's like, it's kind of like she fits in perfectly because, she's taking up the slack for Coral not being here, but she doesn't have to take it to the extreme that she's taking it. You know, apparently there's got to be at least one sassy cat in our house. We've got one who thinks he's the older brother. You know, and Ben is such a, I don't want to say a gentle giant because he's not a giant. He's normal size for a cat, but, you know, he just wants to feel loved by the other kitties in the house. So he is like, okay, I'm the older brother, but you can pretend that you are because, you know, I just want you to, you know, play with me and maybe cuddle with me when we're sleeping and stuff, you know, because that's stuff kitty cats do. And, you know, it's like, that is so, you know, he's such a sweet little guy. But lately he's been kind of shying away from all of us. I think he's still upset about Coral. Because, you know, they were 2 years apart. And then the cool thing is, I don't know how this happened, but Ben and Sam are 2 years apart. And then there's Bobby, who is 3 years younger than Sam. So it's close. And Sam likes bugging Bobby. And I don't like it. He's being a bully. And my husband doesn't see it. He's like, that's just kitty cats. And it's like, no. He doesn't have a deep voice like that. He does not have a deep voice. I'm not saying it's like Michael Jackson or, you know, like where it's high squeaky. It's like a normal voice. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, we're going to finish this little row here so you kind of get the idea. The entrance is going to be over here. Oh, I decided I was going to build it like the mansion, though. You know, like where the, where there's a lobby and stuff. I forgot about that. Okay, wait. 1, 2. Yeah, right here. Okay, and then... Well, then I guess there's going to be a little side entrance over here, isn't there? I don't know. So I've got to build this a little bit different than I built it last time, because last time it didn't have enough room for, like, the waiting room and stuff. And I didn't like that idea. There. And then I'm going to have to go and see how I built this and rewrite that scene, but it'll be okay. Hopefully this one will last until that book comes out. Only problem is I don't think that book has too much more of the, you know, too much more story than that right now. I know that, okay, so the beginning part of the story of Rose is that, Ashley thinks that she's broken or maybe pregnant, whatever she thinks, and they go into there and find out it's a baby. So that's a good thing, they find out it's a baby. And then she's drinking milk at she's perfectly fine, and then she's drinking milk at breakfast and she doesn't feel good anymore. And I'm sure she got teased, you sure you don't got a test this morning? Something like that. But, she's like, I really don't feel good. Well, they don't figure out until about 3 months later that Rose is lactose intolerant. And I came up with that because at the time I was. My husband says that he's put regular milk in the mac and cheese, and he's put my milk in the mac and cheese, and there is no difference. So I'm like, yeah, that's a good thing. So maybe I'm not lactose intolerant anymore. I don't know. I don't want to necessarily go full time. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, wait a minute. Or what? Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, okay. You can't get perfect.